Hello.
Hello.
Orang dah start masuk.
Good morning, everyone.
Hello, I can hear you, Asrul. I can hear.
Yeah, I can also hear you, but you are a bit lagging. Like your voice is like a robot. Yes, Assalamualaikum and good morning.
Hello, selamat pagi semua. A very good morning to everyone. Asrul, can you hear me properly?
Yes, I can hear you, but you are cutting off. It's like you are sounding like your sound, your voice like a robot.
I sound
No
okay.
need to do the captcha thingy. I'm human. I'm not robot. I can hear you someone.
Alright, okay.
Tapi
Now it's better, I think.
50% better.
50% less robot.
now I become android, humanoid. Let's wait a couple of minutes, okay? So to give some times for more attendees to join.
Linda, if you are
Yes.
disconnected, will the session be ended? Will be ended?
So far, I don't think so because I already meet you and Safwan as co-host.
Okay, all right.
You dengar tak?
Yes,
Yeah.
Hopefully, okay. How about I try to leave this session first, okay? We see how, since we are not started yet.
Yeah, I think you should leave the session and then you should restart your Wi-Fi router.
Yeah. So now you as a co-host, I believe you can still continue the session without me. Hang on.
Okay.
Ada orang tanya untuk khusus Blender ada tak advanced level?
Okay, for the advanced level, can we have send proposal to MDEC? So we just wait for MDEC to reply. And if there's any rezeki for next year, we will have advanced class for Blender.
Advanced class got rigging kan?
Speaking of rigging, macam hari tu ada orang cakap pasal rigging kan. Actually, rigging ni dia macam is a very specific job task lah in 3D pipeline. Okay, it doesn't macam you don't need to rig if you are not a rigger. Right, Safwan? If you target to become a rigger, then of course lah you must be able to rig. But if you are an animator, alright, also you are a modeler, you don't need to learn to learn about rigging because you can always use a free rig from Blender. I mean Rigify. Kan siapa? Apa lagi? Rigify. Ada dua kan? Rigify yang satu lagi tu saya lupa. Because rigging dia punya proses dia saya cakap technical and boring.
Very
And
very
long.
technical actually.
You silap satu step sikit je, so you miss one step, everything falls down.
Yeah, kalau 3D generalist, you can actually, you don't need to know every knowledge of rigging, but if you know how to do a basic rig, then that should be fine. Even if you want to use an auto rig also can. Dia tak ada dosa kalau nak guna auto rig ke. You don't really have to manual rig everything. But for today, I think maybe I just show like how you can do your auto rig in Blender, because in Blender it's very very convenient. They have this one script called Rigify. But I'll just show you like probably before the end of the session for today. Betul, Maya auto rig sakit. Bukan sakit je, dia tak detail langsung. It's very bad. Animal rig for Blender.
Okay, Cita said any program course bolehkan kita dapat CJ dari official trainer for Blender. Alright. Okay, previously back in 2009 sampai 2009 lah, Blender Foundation dia ada satu program dipanggil Blender Certified Trainer, tapi they terminate the program because they did not get any macam support lah from the artists around the world, so they decide to close the program. So right now, to answer your question, no, we don't have any official Blender certification.
Of tools, not really. Usually we use a lot of third parties tools that are available on the internet actually.
Okay, how many packs we have now? 117. Okay, let's wait for 2 more minutes, Safwan. 9:40, then you can start. Banyak soalan ni. Sekali kami join program ni, wajar tak masuk pada resume itu? Yes, masukkanlah, because nanti you punya future employer tahu you ada skill, you dah pernah belajar, you dah pernah train dalam Blender. Natalia Lim, yeah, you can speak to my CEO, Mr. Usik. Maybe later, you can speak with him. What kind of class you want to teach, Natalia?
Right.
Ada saja penyertaan tak? Untuk MDEC EDP ni rasanya ada. Tak silap saya hari tu Mazlina cakap ada, saya akan bagi. Can we create own rig? You mean today? Is it, Safwan? Kita akan buat rig sendiri ke?
Kita takkan buat together lah kot. Probably just show the how it's supposed to look like, and then maybe you guys can refer the video later.
Okay. Amin. Thank you, Saiful Adlan. Okay, 1 more minute.
Because if you like sort of understand how to animate, right, it'll be like really good for everyone actually. Because not only that you can animate character animation, also you can do other stuff as well, like motion graphic or anything really. Making the concept. most pipelines are relatable to any software actually. So if you would wanted to do step by step according to the pipeline, it applies to any software you want to use. You can use a lot of software. Not you don't have to stick to one software as well. Because like us in WoW, we open up the FX department as a new department after the movie. Most of our effects they did in Blender actually.
Speaking of WoW, I would like to take this opportunity to convey this news to you. Okay, currently WoW has many openings. Kan Safwan? Kita cari 3D artist for model, for character, for environment. Lepas tu kita jadi 3D lighter, render. Basically junior position, senior position pun kita buka juga. So send in your resume and also your portfolio so that we can work together on season 3 January and also movie number 2.
Applicable for junior or senior as well, not just seniors. Okay, so juniors are welcome as well.
Yes, as long as you send in your portfolio, okay, we can gauge your skills, right? If you have the educate skill, we can call you for interview. Someone will be the one who will be interviewing you.
For character modeling or character 3D, I'll be charged over that.
Okay, Safwan, I think you can start now. Takut kita
Alright.
sempat nanti. Alright, dah record kan ni? Is it the record juga? Record ke? Ada control sini ke record?
Dia
recording? Yes,
tengah record dia tu.
Alright, okay. So I'll pass the baton to you, Safwan. I'll see you. Okay, guys, happy learning.
Right. Just gonna open up a Blender file. Share the screen. How's everybody doing? Semua sihat? Quite a lot of questions this morning. Okay, I see a question and the Q&A. Cikgu Safwan mana nak cari buku Blender dalam bahasa Melayu senang nak buat rujukan? Actually, I don't think. Actually, rasa saya tak pernah lagi ada buku Blender yang dalam bahasa Melayu. FX Core, saya pernah buat video tutorial dalam bahasa. But it's dia tak release lagi lah, tak upload lagi kat YouTube. Maybe nanti kot, nanti akan dipublikkan. Tapi yang untuk tutorial tu saya buat untuk ni lah, budak sekolah menengah. Dia agak basic tapi I think macam cukup lah kot kalau kita nak belajar kan. Okay. The question, could you teach how to convert picture file, for example, when you teach on Monday, you put Monday when you create it. Okay, so basically you want to, from a picture, convert into a 3D character, is it? And then create a rig for the character. I can show you a bit, but for the to make the character asset, to have the character asset, to have its own rig, it might take a bit of time, but I'll just show you later by the end of the session today, and then we'll see how it goes. For today's class, today's session I will teach a bit of body mechanics a bit. So kita akan buat animation jump. For starter, we're gonna do a bouncing ball first, and then we're gonna jump into for the character animation. If, say, for example, if we manage to wrap it up for the animation for this morning, maybe after lunch we can focus a bit on the rigging part. Okay. But the rigging part, I haven't actually prepared any sort of demo file, so you just have to sort of watch, okay? Okay, perlu ke kita mahir draft character untuk start Blender? Tak perlu actually. Ini depends dekat apa yang kita nak specialize actually. So kalau kita nak specialize dalam 3D saja, then actually boleh je kalau nak pakai macam lukisan yang daripada internet ke, atau kalau sekarang kalau macam orang yang tak reti lukis, dia boleh buat Photoshop kan, kita buat editing dekat gambar tu, and then nanti buatlah, dia akan keluarkan satu konsep untuk kita jadikan reference untuk buat 3D character. Macam tu pun boleh juga. My wife is a character designer but mostly for 2D. She used to work for Infinite Motion. Not sure if that is applicable to WoW. Character designer is actually a concept artist. A concept artist scope. But if you have a really good portfolio, then might as well you can try. Because at the moment, our concept department is actually quite full actually. There are quite a lot of people, but unless if you have a really good portfolio, then there's a good chance of you getting the job actually. Okay. Alright, we're gonna do. You guys can open up folder number 2. Okay, semua boleh buka folder yang nombor 2, bouncing ball. Okay, we're gonna do warm up first. Okay, see if we can refresh our 5D system. Okay, if you guys remember in animation, there is actually 4 process. So the first one is layout, reference. The second one is reference. Third one is blocking, and the fourth one is polishing, detailing. Okay, so the first step, usually we will get the camera layout first. So for this one, let me change the camera to the side view. Turn on the rig. Okay, for the settings, okay, double check as well. So layout stage, usually we check the setting in the Blender file first. Okay, make sure all the one that I teach you. Screencast, oh yeah, sure. Okay, boleh nampak. Okay, another question. Kalau rigging artist banyak position tak? Banyak actually. Sebenarnya rigging artist dia macam satu job yang sangat rare. Very rare to actually find any rigging artist di any industry actually. Any negara, kat mana-mana tempat pun susah nak cari rigging artist sebab dia sangat-sangat teknikal. And kalau perasan pun, kalau dekat dalam kredit apa-apa cerita, normally you will see the rigging department tak ramai, tak seramai yang macam animation department ataupun concept atau storyboard. So if you're really good in with the rigging part, then chances are you can actually try and get any job position for any company actually. For which part? For which software do you normally use for rigging? Blender. Okay. Press Y to set the view on the left. Okay, you want to snap the view to the side view. An easier way for me, I usually use the shortcut at the keyboard, pressing Alt and then using the middle mouse. Okay. Or you can click at this right corner here. There's a block the view. Yeah, for this one it doesn't really lock, but for this one can. But if you want to lock the camera, right, you will have to go to this camera view, and then this one has to be thick. So when you rotate, it won't usually go out. But if you snap it to the perspective view, you can't really lock this camera view. I think it's okay. Just make sure you get this side view, then we can start the exercise. Okay, remember to, if you want to pan the camera, you press shift and middle mouse. Yeah, even so, like rigging, right? Kalau to any sort of rigging artist pun, it's good to know how to animate as well, because when you know how to animate, later on you will actually know how to sort of rig the object in a way sort of you will understand the needs of the animators. Alright, we are going to start. So for the first keyframe, so I'm just gonna select all and then press I to insert keyframe at frame 100. And then at frame 1112, I'm gonna move it forward. So I'm gonna click on the bottom of the controller and move it forward. Okay. Right, mungkin ada orang akan tanya macam kita nak buat bouncing ball kan, kenapa nak gerakkan ke depan dulu? Alright, but bear with me first. So to the rest, I'm gonna put the keyframe alone. Right, so your first animation will be something like this first. So the first keyframe is at frame 100. The second keyframe is at 112. Right, and then for the third one, we're gonna do the in between. So this one we're gonna raise it up, kita naikkan bola ni. At frame 106. Okay, frame 106. You will need to raise the ball. Okay, so this three keyframes actually, I would say these are actually key poses. Okay, for this information to be a key frame, it's because if we don't have this position, okay, this pose for this ball, we won't actually know it's a bouncing ball. Okay, there's a question nak tanya, kalau nak animate, animator akan record acting ref every time ke kalau nak animate? Usually some animators kan, kalau dia tak tahu, kalau dia memang tak sure, memang dia akan record lah acting lah. Tapi kadang-kadang kalau orang tu, dia depends kat shot juga. Kalau shot tu macam simple, tak perlu record pun tak apa. As you work in makin lama bekerja tu, nanti you akan you will understand lah how you would animate certain things. But recording your reference will definitely help. Sebab kadang-kadang dalam if we think inside our head, it's not really the same as the real world. Sebab animation kita bukan nak there's a word, we imitate life, we don't imitate our reference kan, so you have to imitate life. Okay, so these three keyframes are the three key poses. So we will start to do the in-betweens for the bouncing ball. Okay, this one I'm gonna zoom in a bit. So we're gonna focus on frame 100 to 106. We're going to start using the post breakdowner. So if anyone remember the shortcut key for the post breakdowner, the twinning one, the twinning tool that we use. Yes, correct. Okay. So this tool actually is very, very useful because in Maya or other software, I don't think they have this kind of tool. Even in Maya, you have to use a third-party tool, which is called A-Tools. Yeah, that tool is very useful for all animators, but in Blender, it's already built in, so it's very, very, very useful. Okay, so I'm going to select all of the controllers, and then I'm going to press Shift E. Right, we are going to make sure it's 50%. Okay. So when you click, and then it comes up with this box, you can set it at 0.5. Okay, I'm going to rotate a bit, rotate the ball, because we have to sort of direct the ball to help the direction of the ball as well. So I'm going to select the controller in the middle. Okay, so this controller is helpful because you can actually control the ball's pivot. So if you rotate with this controller, okay, the pivot point is at the bottom of the ball. It is a question, frame rate yang selalu dipakai untuk Indonesia kat Malaysia ni 24 FPS ke 25? Secara general untuk television ataupun untuk TV ataupun YouTube 25. Kalau untuk movie je kita buat 24. Okay. Post breakdown ni fungsi dia untuk dia macam motion twinning kan. Dia bukan je untuk buat in between. Kalau kita nak buat untuk apa ease in dengan ease out tu pun boleh juga. Simple 3 keyframes and should be anything else. Okay, if your Shift E didn't work properly, make sure your keyframes you've done it before. Okay, dekat frame 100, 106, 112, you need to have some animation first. So at frame 100, I put it right here. So this is the default position. At frame 112, I put it in front a bit. 106, I put it up. And then at 103, then I would use the post breakdown. Boleh, tak apa. Kalau dia keluar factor tu, boleh pakai. I tilted the ball at 103, the rest of the frame also follow the tilted ball. So if it follows, then because at frame 100 and 106, I actually keyframe for all of the controllers. Okay. So you can, if you want to make sure the tilted ball, it doesn't affect the whole keyframes, you can undo it first, and then just put all of the keyframes at the controllers for 100, 106 and 112. Dah ada animation, still tak ada keluar apa-apa. Dia tekan shift E tu dekat mana, Adib? Dekat frame berapa? Okay, try to select all of the controllers and then shift E dekat 103 sahaja. Okay, you guys can double check the trajectory of the bouncing ball also. Okay, maybe you can at 106 and 112, you can reset the rotation. So alternate up at 106 and 112. So in that case, you will add keyframes for that one. Okay, I'm gonna focus on this part first. Alright, maybe we can add another keyframe at 119. So I'm gonna test out 113 if it works. Was 601 tak ada line orange, tapi ada line kelabu ke? Kalau tak ada apa-apa. Then maybe tak ada keyframe juga kot. Kita open the tab adalah bottom. Just select the controllers and then just tekan I. Tambah keyframe dia dekat 106 dengan 12 tu. Usually this summary, I don't usually open it because sometimes it will make you confused because there will be a lot of keyframes for each of the axes. So usually I'll just animate with one simple line. I want to try copy this keyframe. No, doesn't work. Okay, this one I'm going to select all, then Shift E, 50%. Then I'm gonna rotate this controller in the middle part. Okay. So for frame 109, basically you do the same thing at 103. So if you've done something like this, you should have at least 5 keyframes now. Okay, notice that when I play the animation, the arc of the bouncing ball is actually very straight. So there are ways we can sort of adjust to make the bounce look more natural. So sekarang ni dia nampak a bit keras lah. So kita kena bagi dia nampak smooth sikit. So there are 2 ways. You can actually at 103, no, at 109 I just use the post breakdowner, and then I rotate the middle part of the controller backwards. Okay, if you want to adjust the arc of the bounce, you can either adjust manually, okay, or if it was if you wanted to make it more simple for your workflow. So remember the other day someone asked about the curve editor or graph editor. So I'm going to show that. Okay, ada soalan boleh saya tahu apa definition post breakdowner? Post breakdowner is basically dia macam twinning punya ni. Kalau siapa yang pernah pakai apa Flash kan, animation Flash tu boleh akan familiar lah dengan tu. Dia just basically kalau kita ada keyframe, contoh kan, keyframe A dekat position ni, keyframe B dekat position bola ni kat atas. So kalau kita guna post breakdowner tu, okay, so kalau saya gerakkan apa ni, mouse ni kan dia ada macam motion ni kan. So ni dia sebenarnya tengah calculate the position, the animation antara 2 keyframe tu. Okay, so kalau nak faham lagi bila dah tekan, kan ada percentage ni kan. Okay, kalau some of you guys might have the factor punya tu. So kalau contoh lah, kalau factor ni kosong, okay, dia akan sama position macam keyframe A. So kalau kita letak dekat 1, dia akan sama position macam keyframe 106. So actually benda ni dia untuk slow in dan slow up lah. Okay, ataupun untuk nak buat apa-apa in between. So in a way dia mempercepatkan kita punya kerja juga. Boleh faham kan? Macam interpolator ya. Interpolator is used for Which software? So like if you use post breakdowner at 103, it doesn't have to be at apa 50%. Contohnya kalau nak buat dekat 25% atau 10% pun boleh juga. So nanti dia akan jadi macam ease out punya motion lah. So dia akan slow and baru dia keluar. Yes. Benda ni, tool ni memang sangat-sangat berguna untuk semua animators. Dia macam, sebab dalam Blender dia dah built in, tapi dalam Maya dia tak ada built in, dia kena pakai third party punya. Okay, alright, so if you have got this soft animation, okay, kita nak adjust the arc of the bouncing ball. Okay, we're gonna adjust the arc of the animation. So I'm going to change from the timeline editor to graph editor. So if you guys remember, okay, at the left corner down here at playback, so there will be this one symbol here. So you click on it and then find column animation. Okay, this one, animation column, and then click on graph editor. Okay, and then we have to find the graph. So I'm using the scroll at the right corner there. Okay, if you can see you can see the graph here. Okay, let me try to. Okay. If it's difficult, try to use the scroll, the bottom scroll and the vertical scroll. Okay, make sure controller be selected juga. Okay, I'm selecting the bottom of the controller of the ball. And then kalau tak jumpa graph tu, guna apa ni, scroll dekat tepi ni, dekat tepi dengan kat bawah. Okay, try cari dulu. Okay. Kadang-kadang dia kena panning sikit, kena cari-cari juga. I'm going to open this drop button here. So I'm going to hide everything except Z location. Okay. So how to hide? You just click on the eye symbol. Okay. And then you can focus on the Z location. If you notice, right, the Z location, it actually has a quite a nice arc already. So the reason if your animation looks a bit weird, it might be because of the other graph. So if I look at Y location, so this graph is supposed to be straight actually. It's not supposed to yank around like that. So you can actually select the points. So if you go at 0.3, and then if you want to move it, you can use the shortcut button to move. So if you press G, okay, you can move the points. Okay, same thing if you want to move at a certain axis, right? So if you want to move at Y axis, so you press G and then Y, so it will only move the Y axis. So it will only move up and down. So kalau kita tekan dekat point ni, okay, kita nak turunkan atau naikkan, so kita tekan G untuk shortcut dia, dan tekan Y untuk dia snap dekat Y axis dia sahaja. Okay, this one, okay, I think. So try to adjust 109 as well. So G, and then Y. Right now, if you play the animation, your graph is already adjusted. If you play, and then I think the arc should look better now. Okay, so you don't really have to adjust the Z location. You can adjust the Y location, should be fine. If you have finished, then you can unhide all of this. And then I'm going to turn on, go back to timeline editor. Okay, press on this icon. Then go into column, animation column, timeline. All right, everybody okay with the graph adjustment? Okay, an important note as well. Okay. Suddenly another keyframe added at my timeline. Okay, if there is suddenly another keyframe, right? Chances are when you adjusted the point just now, you might have accidentally moved it left or right. Okay. So say for example, if I were to, let me try to adjust one. So if I move this to the left side, for example, so if I go back to the timeline, so there will be another keyframe there. Okay, so basically on each controller, so each controller will have their own set of keyframes. Okay, each controller will have their own set of keyframe, and also for the each controller as well, for the controller they will have keyframes for each axis as well. So that one you have to be careful as well. So when you try to adjust the graph, make sure you be careful of it. So maybe if you would want to move the points in the graph, you will have to move all of the points. So all of the axes, okay? And then you can move it left or right, okay? So if you want to move it up and down, you can focus on each axis. But if you want to move left or right, it's best to move as one keyframe, okay? Right, this is what I mean by, so like one controller, they will have all of the keyframes for the axis there. Oh, betul lah. Untuk nampak bola tu di bouncing, so okay, so we've done the adjustment for that. So now we are going into the detailing part, which is trying to put the slow in and slow out for each of the section. So I call this for these three keyframes here is one section. And then for these three keyframes here is another section. Okay, also you can actually put a color onto your keyframe as well. So right now, if you deselect your keyframes, so it will be just white, right? So I can, if I want to label the keyframes here, so this one I can change to this kind of thing. Okay. So for the key poses, I might leave it to yellow. Okay, for the middle part, I will click and then right click, go to keyframe type, and then label this as a breakdown. This one also I'll label it as a breakdown. Okay, then you will know like which keyframes that you can adjust later on. Boleh isi kedatangan online. Okay, I'm not sure about any kedatangan actually. Okay, so if you want to change if you want to label your keyframes, you can select the keyframe. Then right click, you can go to the keyframe type. Then you can change which part that you want to label the keyframes. So I'm going to focus on this section here from frame 100 to 106. So I'm going to add a keyframe at 102. Okay, this one. I'm going to copy keyframe 100. Okay, copy keyframe 100 and then paste it at 102. Okay, I'll make sure that I select all of the controllers first, and then I copy this. Copy the keyframe at 100. Okay, for 102, I will do a squash, okay, and anticipation. So as currently I'm using the transform tool, so it has 3 tools in one. Okay, so this one I'm going to click on the blue square and just going to squash it. Okay, later on we can adjust the spacing, okay, for the keyframe. Right, so frame 102, I just copy and paste from keyframe 100. And then I put a squash to the ball. Okay, using I don't know how to call this. There are circles all around the ball controller. Okay. Oh, guna controller ni yang dekat tengah ni. Oh, yang bulat ni kan. Guna yang tu. So tekan dekat guna scale. Right. Right, at 104, going to select all of the controllers. Okay, I'm going to use Shift E, post breakdowner, to do a slow in keyframe. Okay, so this one, so roughly you can maybe 90%. See how the animation. Okay, it doesn't work like that. Maybe 75 or 80. Right, it's okay. Later on, we can adjust the spacing. Okay, at 110, frame 110. Okay, I'm going to copy and paste keyframe 112. Select all of the controller, copy keyframe 1112, paste at 1110. Use the controller in the middle. This one, not this one. This one. Right, this kind of animation is very snappy. The paste okay, copy keyframe 112. Okay. Sebab bila paste tu mungkin dia ambil keyframe yang daripada 100. Sikit lagi. Once dah siap ni kita take a break dulu. Okay, last keyframe here. So 108, using the post breakdowner, I'm going to select all of the controller and then Shift E. Is 0.45 mm. And last, going to gonna stretch the middle keyframe. Alright, so just now after I added keyframe at 1110, I added a post breakdown keyframe at 108. So that one I did around 0.45. Okay, maybe you can start to stretch the spacing a bit. So I'm going to select all of the keyframes. I'm going to select all of the controllers first. Okay, and then I'm going to space out the keyframes at the timeline. So I'm selecting from keyframe 103 until 112, and I'm going to move it to the right side of the timeline. So you can try to space out maybe in 2 frames. Okay, remember, you know, like how in 2D animation as well, some would say animate in twos or animate in ones or animate in fours. So that actually means that the spacing of each keyframe, okay? But there's no rule that would say how much spacing for each frame should be, okay? So you can do anything you want as long as the timing, the feel is there. This one, but it just keyframe at the back, 2 keyframes there. It will snap a bit. Undo it. Right, so the 5 keyframes in the beginning of the timeline. Ubah balik post breakdown to sebab macam terlalu slow mo. Just select controller dia. Lepas tu just tekan post breakdown tu. And then cuba bagi dia macam maybe 0.5 ke. Kalau dia terlalu slow mo tu mungkin sebab spacing keyframe tu sebenarnya. So maybe check on that as well. Okay, at keyframe. Okay, so there's 5 keyframes in the early part. So in the middle one, I'm going to use the scale to stretch the ball. Okay, this one I can change the pivot of the controller as well. So right now it's global, right? So it's not following the orientation of the ball. Okay, sebab kita nak scale kan ikut dia punya angle tu kan, angle bola tu. So kalau kita scale macam ni je, oh actually dia boleh je. Okay. Alright, tapi I'll just show you. So if you would want to change the orientation of the controller, the angle of the controller. So at the top here, there will be a global button here. So you click on that, change it to local. Okay. Nanti boleh nampak dia punya, dia dah berubah dah. So kalau global, dia akan ikut space 3D ni je lah. So kalau buat local, dia akan ikut angle controller tu. Okay, so for this one, I'm going to stretch, scale up. Right, so we can adjust the squash a bit. Right, boleh bagi dia nampak ekstrim sikit. Tak perlu nak apa, malu-malu sangat. Okay, so kalau part awal tu dah adjust, the second part at the back also boleh adjust juga. So I will focus on the 5 keyframes at the back and then pick on the middle keyframe and then scale it. Okay, stretch it. So the next keyframe, I will just squash it a bit more. Okay, right, maybe if anyone has sort of done something like this, boleh bagi tahu. Actually, I will tweak at the back of the keyframe later on. Okay, because this part, okay, right, this part right here, I'm going to drag it to the back a bit. So two frames at the back. Then the end of the keyframe, I'm going to copy and paste at 114. So this one, I'm going to angle it a bit. So clicking on the middle controller, and then scaling it. Okay. So you sort of have to add another keyframe for this kind of information. This one maybe less. This one I'll add more. Right? So if you've got something like this, then you should be fine. Okay. So this one, these two keyframes, I'm going to label it. Okay, transform tool doesn't work. Okay, maybe you are selecting a different controller. Try selecting either the middle part or the bottom one. Okay. Sebab controller yang dalam ni dia tak boleh pakai transform. Right, so the other session the other day, somebody asked how to play Blast, right? So basically, if you want to play Blast, you just go to this at the post mode at the top here. So you go to the panel that you want to render the video out. So you click on this three button there, three lines here. So go to view and then viewport render animation. Okay. I think you have to set the output as well. This one, oh, it's already there. So make sure you set the output where the video you want to put, and then to render out your animation, just use this one. Okay. View, viewport render animation. Have your animation already. Right, so if anyone asks how to play Blast, you have to set the setting there. The arrow dia nak viewport tu. Arrow macam mana? Cuba check your output setting dulu. Okay, check output setting, check your file format semua, then baru baru try render. Output kat mana? Oh, dekat tepi ni, belah kanan. So kalau ada banyak-banyak button dekat tab ni kan, so dia nombor 3. And then scroll sikit, lepas tu tukar dekat folder ni. Okay, the file might have my location output. So that's why you might get an error to render out. Sebab dia tak dapat detect mana location tu. So later on, after we have our short break, we will do a character animation that is doing the jumping motion. So actually we can already refer the timing that we did in this animation. Okay, so after this we just have to substitute with our character already, and then we will try to refer this. Okay, then we'll have a short break, 15-minute break, and then we'll be back right after that. Okay, guys. Alright, hello. Kita lebih 2 minit. Sembang pasal kopi. Always attendee nak tanya tugas asset modeler dekat bawah valuation tu macam mana ya? Sebab tengok kat website cuma state macam tu je. Qualification dia apa-apa benar. Okay guys, nak pandai buat modeling valuation. Qualification wise, because dalam industri ni dia macam more towards apa? Portfolio based lah. Dia tak kisah pun dia sebenarnya kalau what degree you took or what diploma you took. But if you can show it in your portfolio, you should be able to have a chance lah. Okay, as for the job scope, asset modeler dekat bawah animation tu, basically dia akan involve dalam buat 3D punya asset lah. 3D asset tu, I'm not sure sama ada character ataupun environment. So dia bergantung pada your portfolio juga. So kalau for characters, I think it's not just 3D stuff, 3D characters, not just 3D modeling. Rigging pun kalau ada apa skill tu boleh juga. If you can texture also can, and ada juga hair system jugalah kalau you are familiar with. Dalam Maya we are using XGen, so kalau ada familiar dengan with that tool, then you can actually apply for the asset modeler punya job application sebenarnya. So dia tak semestinya apa 3D modeling dia kalau nak buat yang texturing pun boleh juga. Tapi I think it's also good that if you have a basic modeling knowledge. Kalau tak tahu modeling macam mana nak tahu nak texture kan, benda macam tu. Okay, animation dia tak boleh sangat. Second. Second. It's okay. Tak apa. Kalau ada connection problem ke apa, it's okay. Because you will get this recording session, right? So should be fine for you guys to refer later. Okay, so we can start our next exercise. You guys can open up all the body mechanics. Okay, open up folder number 4, body mechanics, and then they should have this character. Tak mati hilang. Dia macam ni, boleh tukar ke ni texture shader view ni. Okay, panel belah kiri ni, this side here, I'm going to change it to image editor. So I'm going to put reference. So if you notice in the folder, in the body mechanics folder, there is a folder called ref. Okay, so dalam ni ada satu gambar. Ada gambar. Dia ada. Image. So this one, I'm going to change it to an image editor. So at the top here, I'm going to change it to, so above post mode, click the button there, image editor. And I'm just going to drag the picture. If it doesn't come out, it's this thing. Tak ada, you don't have until 04? Mhm. Oh, the picture, right? Okay, tak apa. Kalau tak ada, you guys think you can refer it here? Yeah, I'm still going to leave this at the side. I think the picture probably a different picture format. I might have to use a JPEG. Hmm. Ya, bila dah keluar dekat web tu, I'm trying to save it as a JPEG. Then, okay, so maybe have to do a JPEG one. Right, so we're gonna try and follow this reference. I'm gonna on the entry, the mirror option. So we're just gonna try to do this kind of pose first. Okay, I think everyone should be familiar with the rig already, right? The arms of this for this brick is kind of short. So the eye controller, make sure you pull it out a bit because sometimes it's gonna be a bit weird. Okay. Alright, so there are also two approaches that we can actually animate this. One is we can either use this controller to like, move the leg forward. Show you. Example, I move to frame 120 and then I'll move the leg forward. You can sort of like pull it manually each of the controllers. Gotta do that, or you can either use the global controller, which is down here. So this one will act as your, it's kind of similar like how we did with the bouncing ball just now. So we can use this to determine the distance of the jump and also the arc of the jump as well. So inside of this character rig, we can only focus on the poses here. Right, so I'm going to select all and put a keyframe at frame 100. So this one, changing to the side view. Anyway, to make the motor raise up a bit. Yeah. Also go and pay the animation. Probably there's a audio inside here. Okay, let me see. You can sort of rotate the controller at the root left. So this one or this one also can. When you rotate the body this way, and then make sure the controller at the body, you can rotate it backwards so you get the curve like the reference. How to move the eye controller? This one, right? You can move it. So using this controller and clicking on the arrows there. So nak lipat jari guna controller ni. Use the scale tool. So this one, you just scale down. Okay, if you can't find the eye controller, you might be it might be in the model. So maybe change it to X-ray wireframe mode and then try to find the controller. Okay, the audio part. Okay, audio. Actually, the audio part you might have to remove it. Okay, if you go to the top panel here, there's the animation tab and the video editing. That one you can remove it. Okay, so if you want to put audio, you can actually put it in the editing part. And then when you go back to the animation, you should have the audio in the timeline. Is it small keyframe? No, just buat keyframe dekat frame 100 dulu. Okay, you want to find the audio, go to the video editing and then just remove it. Also, if you want to put your own audio or like music later on, you can put it inside here as well. Okay, post mode. Want to make post mode, you just click on the controller. Click on the controller, it should be in the post mode again. Right. So once you've done the first post, I'm going to the frame 125 and change the end frame. So I'm going to do just small. You click on this controller, tekan kat controller ni, and then boleh turunkan. Okay, turunkan and then also rotate jugalah kalau tangan tu tak sama angle macam dalam pose kan. So guna dua tools untuk adjust tangan dia. Okay, controller dekat belakang ni untuk dia punya siku. Auto mirror dia letak dia. Okay, mata dia tu sebenarnya tak jumpa lagi. Dia sepatutnya ada dia punya user interface tu tau. User interface ni sebenarnya kat bawah ni. I'm not sure how to activate. Because there should be a script actually. Okay, so just in case kalau ni when you do the first post, just try to move the eye controller forward. So you have enough space for you to do anything. Okay, so I'm going to snap the view to the side. And then for frame, just gonna eyeball it at frame 120. It forward. Okay, and then I'm gonna select all of the controller and put a keyframe at 120. So we're just gonna do select which controller. We use the global controller at the bottom there. This one. Okay, so this one will select all of the controller, all of the character. Okay, so the next one will do the mid-air pose. So when you have moved forward the character at 120, make sure you select all of it and put a keyframe on the character. Okay. So at 110, I'm going to raise it a bit. It's going to be something like this. Then you can start to do the pose like the reference. Okay. It's gonna adjust a bit. This one, the body part. Okay. when you try to do your post, make sure jangan sampai rosak lah. Okay, don't make the model until it becomes weird. So sometimes there are limitations as well. Body. Has anyone tried animating with a stylus before? Just wondering. Hmm. The arm. So the elbows can span to the side. I think the arms are very weird for this character. It's too short. The proportions are a bit weird. Okay, once I'm finished with the pose, okay, once I'm finished with the pose, I can put a keyframe for all of the controllers. Okay, so anybody done the pose mid-air? Okay, no problem. if anybody got any issues trying to make a post, can just ask straight away. Mhm. Okay, just wait a few more. Kalau nak buat post lain daripada ni pun boleh je. Nak naikkan siku ke atas. Basically you pull the hand controller. So tarik controller ni, tarik naik atas. Lepas tu kalau siku dia macam pelik ke apa, guna controller siku dia ni, lepas tu tarik ke depan. Okay, you can select all of the controllers first. Okay, Anish, you can do something like this. Select all. Okay, deselect the bottom controller. Okay, and then copy this keyframe and paste it at 120. Aris. Has anybody seen the new Netflix series, Arcane, or any recent animation? Better watch it as soon as possible. Kalau siapa yang dah tengok, boleh bagi ni rating. Untuk Arcane. Bagi rating tapi jangan spoil kan lah. Yang cerita dia tak adalah, I mean, it's not really like addictive punya kind of show. Like you don't really feel like you want to watch every episode. Like you can take your time if you want. Six years they took to make that one, to make the series. Yeah, 6 years. But sekarang, right now they already got the green light for the second season. But it won't take that long lah this time. So apparently I read it somewhere at Reddit, I think. One episode is like 10 million, including the cost of redoing or rescrapping. $10 million per episode. USD, I would assume. Yeah. Cacat macam mana tu? It's okay. Masih early stage lagi. Alright, so we are going to do the anticipation pose. So the anticipation pose, I will do it at frame 102. So this one, I'm just gonna select all of the controllers, copy the keyframe at 100, copy, and then paste at 102. Okay, then I'll do the anticipation. Okay, so I'm adjusting the arms. This one, the elbow has to go up. Right, so when you adjust the arm, also make sure you adjust the shoulder as well. So we want all of the controllers to be adjusted so they work accordingly. It's this. Oh, you can also use this one as well. Normally, anticipation, you would sort of the arms go to the side more. You won't have to adjust it. Okay, so different a bit if we want to look at the 2D reference. Want to squash the body more. So usually if you would do a pose, you normally wouldn't have any sort of symmetry kind of stuff. So maybe one arm you can maybe put it downwards a bit or put it in front a bit. Right. About the eyes, right? Because normally in every rig they would have a user interface at the side. So when you have the user interface, you will have options for you to actually lock the eyes with the head. But for this case, I couldn't find the script yet. But if I can, try and show you after lunch. Macam mana nak bengkokkan elbow. So guna control tangan ni. Okay. Letak kat belakang ni dulu. And then controller elbow ni naikkan ke atas. Okay. Kalau dia kat bawah nanti dia macam ni lah. So naikkan ke atas. Once you're done with the pose, make sure you put a keyframe in there for all of the controllers. Actually, you can actually see the name. If you select the controller, or any controller, there should be a name here at the top left of this viewport. Can we rename it? You can before you animate, but if you want to rename it here, I think it will be a bit messy lah. Okay, so next pose, we'll do this one. Okay, I can wait for you guys first. Also, when if you have the user interface for the rig, later on you can actually sort of hide which controller that you don't want to see, because you can also hide like for the if say you want to focus on animating just the arms, you can hide the rest. So the user interface it would help you a lot more. Okay, no problem. Right, anybody have done this post already? All right. Now we're gonna do the third pose, the jump pose. This one it's still in context, so I'm just gonna copy keyframe 102, okay, and then paste it at 104. So this one I'm going to move the body. For the ones who've seen Arcane, right? Do you guys think the visual is okay for you guys, or do you think it's just a, you know, just a style? Because sometimes, like, say, Spider-Verse already done that kind of style before, but that kind of texturing, but the animation style is different. So this one, they sort of, you know, it's a painting sort of effect, but they try to, the animation style is very smooth, right? So I'm changing the arms a bit. I'm not sure about the arm. Okay, and then the legs, foot. So might be interesting. Right, just the leg as the in between after this. I'm gonna rise up a bit for the mid-air pose. It's a bit too low. Later on, I think we'll have to add more poses at the back for the anticipation pose. So after this, we'll start using the pose breakdown. I think it's too short for this jump. We'll have to push up, stay a bit in front. The arms, I'm going to put it to the side. Stop the side body in between the frame. It's okay. Later we can adjust it. Because if it's stuck inside that frame, you will have to add another keyframe. So for that hand to come up a bit. Then I'll just move it to the front a bit. Right, anybody done this one? This pose for 104. Okay, after this, we will do the recovery pose for this one. Because we can take the keyframe from 102. Right, so I'm just going to select all of the controllers and copy keyframe 102, paste it at 118. It's going to go there, but I will copy just one controller. So I'm going to select the controller at the bottom of the character and copy the keyframe at 120. 120, I'm going to paste it at 118. So basically just now I just copy the keyframe for the pose, for this pose. And then the second part I did was basically just copy the position for this controller. Okay, so this one we might have to change a bit. So since the recovery pose I copied from the 102 pose, so we will have to adjust a bit. Then pose to this pose. Okay. So 118 is a copy pose from 102. Okay, but this one I'm going to change the arms. If you want to reset the arm also can. We just adjusting the arms. Right, should do it. Usually the recovery post, you want to make sure that the post looks like a trying to balance kind of post. Right. And you still from the previous post or already doing this kind of post? Right. If any one of you done this post, I'm gonna do the other one. So the fourth post will be 116. So this one I'm just gonna copy from 118, paste it 116. Okay, so I've selected all of the controllers and copy and paste 116. Everybody okay? Alright. This one, just gonna copy the reference. Sometimes when you have the reference, you don't really have to think a lot. So you sort of finish copying and then you review your animation later. Good. This one. Adjusting to make sure the angle makes sense of it. Okay. So for now, just copy all of the poses from the picture. Then later on, we'll start using the pose breakdown. Okay. The movement's a bit snappy, but we'll adjust it. We'll adjust accordingly later. Alright, say if I don't want to adjust, don't want to add the keyframes yet for the in between during the jumping. So I will adjust the animation for these two keyframes first. Okay, so basically what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select all of the controllers. Then I'm gonna move the keyframes for 102 to 120. I'm gonna move it to these. How many frames? Like 3 frames at least to the back, to the front, I'll say. Okay, and then I select all of the controllers, and at 103 I'll start using the pose breakdown. Shift E, so will be 55, maybe 80. Okay, so the basically I'm adding a bit of time to the anticipation pose. Then this pose for the jump pose, I'll probably move back 1 frame. Okay, so it doesn't sort of, just now if I was to leave like this, there's sort of jerking feeling. So if I skip 1 frame, okay, it sort of improves a bit. Same goes to the end of the keyframes. So the end of the keyframe at frame 122. So I want to add a bit of slow in to the recovery pose. So frame 122, I'm gonna push it to the front. Okay. So if I was to leave it like that, it will probably look okay. I'm just gonna add it. So selecting all of the controllers, Shift E, then I'm gonna do 0.8. basically what you need in your animation to avoid any sort of you know, very sharp or very sort of you know, keras kind of animation. Just add some slow in and slow out. Okay, so if I was to label the keyframes, this one is a moving pole. This one is a keyframe. So when the jumping animation this pose, one frame should be okay. So actually you can add more keyframes here. Okay, more poses that can be done. Anybody have done this yet? Or are a bit lost at the moment? So basically, kalau apa-apa pergerakan, just try to add a bit of time and also some slow in and slow up. Okay, for which part? Maybe I can show it again if everybody missed a few steps. All right, no problem. It's okay. I'm just gonna add few breakdowns. Okay, so this pose and this pose, we can use a bit of support for some poses to support the in between. So at frame 109, so I'm just gonna select all, and then I'm gonna do Shift E, probably 0.6. Okay. So this one I will change the pose to something like this. Okay, and the arms will be this side a bit. Is to make the swinging motion of the arm to make it more sense. Right now, if we just leave it with the twinning, it won't probably look too good. So we test. Maybe the slit needs to be pulled down a bit. So you want the foot sort of to make a trail from previous pose to the next pose. And the mid-air pose, I'm going to adjust the left leg a bit. But sometimes when you do a pose, it won't be sort of like a final pose, because sometimes when you look through the animation, you might have to change a few poses. Maybe this one needs to go down a bit. Right, so when you see the arms, right, you look at the arm there, so it doesn't sort of like mushing when in transition. So this arm actually, if you want to adjust, you can pull it backward a bit. So you create that swinging motion. Even this one as well. For which part? Maybe if you want to try to look into the focus on the hand and then see which keyframe you can sort of adjust to the position. So say for example at 106, right? If my hand is sort of inside, okay, try to sort of pull out a bit, pull out the hands to outside a bit, to the side more. Yeah. I mean, not all controllers lah, but you know, some frames you can sort of adjust to make the key poses look to make it look more logic. Punya controller. So okay, if you want to bend, nak lipatkan tangan dia, guna controller tangan ni. So if you want to change the angle of the elbow, use the circle at the back. Okay. So kalau macam nak naikkan dulu, and then guna ni controller ni untuk adjust angle elbow tu. So kalau nak tangan dia lipat ke depan, controller elbow dia kena menghadap depan juga. So kalau tangan dia lipat kat belakang, baru yang ni ke belakang. Kalau nak naik atas, okay, yang ni just naikkan. Okay, bila dah naik, elbow punya controller ni tolak ke depan, bawa dia ke depan. So adjust sikit lah, bagi dia ke tepi ke. Kalau nak ada effect macam flash laju macam tu, itu kalau animation wise dia punya spacing keyframe tu memang dekat-dekat. And then kalau nak buat macam elektrik tu, kita buat tambah satu plane. And then plane tu nanti letaklah texture ke apa, parentkan dekat karakter ni. Okay, so last, I'm gonna do the last pose. So last pose I have 114. And this pose. This one. Oh, maybe some of you guys encounter this spinning part. The hand, the cacat hand. You see the hand? It's spinning, right? Okay. Maybe later I'll show you the trick to remove that. For now, let me just see if the jumping is okay. It's okay. Just the leg is okay, sure. Kita pun nak lunch lah sebenarnya. Yep. Very, very soon. I just need to play Blast. So I'm gonna play Blast this. Hey, where's the video? Oh, it's done. 7. Right. So I'll probably fix the hand a bit later. I'll show you guys after lunch later. I guess I think we'll continue after lunch. Alright, so any sort of questions you can just drop it in the chat or Q&A. Alright, have a good lunch and we'll see you guys later.
What time? We resume 2 o'clock, is it? Safwan?
Maybe extend a bit, 5 minutes or
Is it okay if we resume at 2:15?
yeah, sure, can.
Okay, guys, we're gonna have a lunch break now. We will resume the session at 2:15. Please don't be late, okay? Because I think Safwan has more to cover to complete the Blender 201. All right? Okay, guys, see you after lunch. Have a good lunch.
Hello. Petang.
I think you can start now.
Alright. Okay. I'm just opening up a break. Basically, just to show you guys what's it supposed to be for a normal character rig in Blender. But basically, remember yesterday I told you guys about there's two type of bone system, right? So this character is actually, you can actually download it. It's free from the Blender website. But actually, I've given you guys the file already. But if you have downloaded it, it should be at the rig folder. Okay, dekat dalam material so folder nama rig dekat atas sekali. And the name is Rain version 2. Okay, this is what I meant about the controllers. You can actually hide certain controllers. So for this one, the face can be hidden for your usage. Then there's fingers. But it's a bit heavy for this kind of rig. So you can see it's kind of, if you try to move the bones or the controllers, it will sort of lag a bit. Trying to find the setting actually. So you can actually open up the file if you want to have a look later on. So if normal one, normally for the 2-day session, we've been using the IK hand system. So this one is you can actually move it freely. If an FK hand control, it's actually something like this. It should be in the Dropbox. Given with the materials. So it should be in the red folder. So you can actually have a look if you want. You have to turn on the cursor. The cursor is at the bottom there. So by default it's there. I'm not sure why it's like this because the layout is from the original Blender pack. Yeah, you can just execute. It's okay. That's text rain.py is actually the script for this one, the interface. Yeah, allow execution. All right, 1 second. Trying to find the controller actually. Okay. There you are. Okay. So right. So FK, you can, if you want to move the hands or the arms, you can only control. There's each controller for each of the segment of the arm. Okay, if you click here, you can fold it here. And then if you want to bend the elbow, is over here, and then the hand. So it's like one by one. Okay. Where to make? Yeah, FK is like if normally if you want to do a walk cycle or a sort of a running animation, this one is a good use for it. IK usually we would use it in terms of if the hands need to be stick on the table or on the ground. So that's about it for the later I'll show you. At the moment I'm just showing you how a completed rig version will be how it would look. So for the next exercise, do you want to use this rig or the previous rig? But I remind you it will be a bit heavy lah. It'll probably lag a bit. Okay, that one. Actually, I normally don't really use that kind of style. Dah lama lag. Data must be in one single layer. Okay. Actually, if you see the hands, right? The hands got FK and IK. The legs also got FK and IK actually. So right now the legs are in IK mode. So if you change it right here, so there's a controller here, and then you can actually you can control the leg. Okay, so you look for the FK IK switch. Okay, normally if you want to animate and switch between IK and FK, right? That one, normally you would switch it like keep it one frame apart. Don't keep it like the keyframe to be spacing further apart. There is the keyframe to the other model. Actually, usually you can copy if it has the same name controller. You can try, but I don't think it'll be like a lot of satu-satu, kena buat satu-satu punya controller. Dia tak boleh apply dekat semua. Stable setting on the list of one component layer. Next are things in body as separate layer. Setting for the list of one whole layer. One whole layer. Not sure I understand the question. Okay, lain ke segi kaki. Okay, not sure what happened there. Okay, already answered this. Because to import another animation file, basically in order to copy animation, usually you would have to have the same rigging system or the same controller name. Then it will be a seamless transition. Okay, I just want to show if you want to switch the FK and IK system. So what I meant by if you want to switch, make sure to switch it one frame apart. So say for this one, insert keyframe. And if I go to the other keyframe, go to the other frame and then switch it. Okay. See if the FK IK switch is further apart, it will have this sort of twitching kind of happening to the and to the rig. So if you want to switch, probably switch it like 1 frame apart. The perspective axis press. It's at the bottom here actually. So look for the button down here. This one is a different layout. I think it's because of the file. Jadi kalau untuk kaki dia tak boleh ke atas tu. Apa nak naik kali tu dia tak perlu. Oh, itu FK. Okay. This one is FK system. So, kalau FK dia kena tarik satu-satu. So IK dia satu je. Kalau FK dia kena tarik daripada part atas ni. Okay, baru boleh pakai, baru boleh bengkokkan kaki dia. So ni FK system lah. Alright. Alright. Okay, so if we use this rig to do our second exercise, that exercise for today, are you guys okay with this? Or do you want to use the previous rig? I know some of you guys have the problem with the rig because it will lag the PC, right? Previously. Okay, we will go to the previously. So this time again. Okay, so right now it's 50-50. Any last okay, I'll open up if anyone of you guys want to use the previous rig, you can use that. For anyone who can use this rig, then you guys can maintain. Alright, I'm gonna save this file as a different thing here. Alright, so I'll put it into a different, save it into a different name and put it in a different folder. So I won't overwrite the break. Okay, in the folder fighting combo, I got a reference here. Okay, we can use this reference to do the action. Okay, so because I don't want to do like something too different, because this morning we already did the boxing ball, then with the jumping character. So this one is a similar one, but we only add the punching to the jump. Okay, so we're gonna try this. Nice. This one, you put a different panel. And change it to image editor. Okay, how to open another panel? There are two ways. One is you bring your mouse. Okay, you see this mouse cursor here. So I put it at the corner here. So the mouse will change into a symbol, into another symbol. So for a mouse cursor, it will change into like a plus sign. So I click on that and then drag to the side. Okay. Alright, change it to image editor. Then just drag the picture. Alright, sure. Alright, basically I bring this mouse. Okay, you can look at this, look at my screen first. Okay, I'll bring my mouse and then towards the end of the corner here. So the mouse symbol will change into a plus sign. So once it's changed, you can click on it and then drag it to the right side. Right. Then I'll change this to image editor. Then you can drag your reference. Timeline tak appear berapa okay, kalau tak appear, okay, bawah tu boleh tukar. So pergi dekat simbol bawah ni. Okay, by default dia macam text kan. So you can change it here. So change it to timeline. Okay, dekat timeline. Right, so I'm gonna check on the frame rate. Frame rate gonna change to 25. Resolution of lower it to 720. You can just refer here. I'm gonna leave it there. Frame start, I'll do 100. 5. 130. Right, active keying set. Go down here. Rotation scale. Then auto keying. Every time I'm going to leave this on. Okay, you make sure you go back to the 3D view. Okay, for this one. Okay, if you see the box there, right, that box is your one panel. So if the box is bigger than the rest, it should be your 3D viewport. Just select kaki here. Research. Okay, kalau nak close viewport, pergi dekat apa? Dekat in between the viewport tu ada macam borderline tu kan. If you right click and then swap join areas. Okay, pilih join areas. So nanti akan ada arrow ni. So arrow tu pilih tempat yang mana nak merge kan lah atau yang nak buangkan. Image reference, it's in the writing combo folder and dalam right. Ini timeline actually is gone. Okay, so now you have Luna, now you have one viewport, is it? If you have one panel, try to make a few more. Right, so we're gonna try to start. So for this one, I will maintain using the IK. Okay, you don't have to use the FK for this one. Okay, maybe the arms you can actually switch to FK. So to switch, you just open up this side. Okay, if it's closed, you can press on keyboard and okay, and then find the cloud ring tab. Okay, over there should be a lot of switches that you can find. Look for the FKIT switch and then just press on that. You can also hide any sort of any controllers that you don't want to see for the moment. I think this will do for now. So once you're happy with that, then you can hide the pen on the side. Okay, so if everybody's okay, then I would like to start first. So for this one, just kind of focus on this kind of pose. How to show the axis? It's at the bottom actually. Usually it's at the upper panel, but for this one, it's at the bottom. Look for this symbol. Select satu benda. Select symbol. Okay, which mode are you in at the moment? Sekarang dekat post mode ke atau object mode? So if it's the object mode, try to change it. Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna do the pose. Okay, this one, the model is modeled nicely. Just gonna do the hands. And front. Oh, mirror. Okay. Let me just try and find it first. Should be here. This one. Never mind. Yeah, now tahan. Okay, this one, this rig is a bit different. So you will have to. So what I will do, let me see if they have any controllers. Okay, so this one don't have. So yang ni kena select each of the curves and then you can rotate. Okay, so kalau nak lagi senang, just select the controllers of the fingers Okay, and then you can rotate. So this rig is a bit different from the previous rig because that one is already they already did the controller for the nak bagi dia genggam. So yang ni dia memang kena buat manual sikit lah. I don't see those things there. Which things? Circles. I need to on the fingers here. So in the U-axis now, in the layout here, click on this one. Make sure this one is on. So this one's a bit tedious. Boleh letak tangan tu. Actually boleh, tapi I cannot find the button. Previously ada. Kalau file ni dia hilang pula. Or if you want to, let me see if I can do this. So if I select the fingers that I just posed. Okay, so this one, and click insert keyframe. This one, I will try to paste if I can. Cannot. Paste pose. Yes. The mirror option is missing actually.